Hi all, my name is Kat, and welcome to my channel in this body doubling session. I'm a bit of a chatty tasker, but if you prefer minimal chat, I have some other videos where I don't talk as much. Links in the description. Everyone is welcome here during these body doubling sessions. I work on current illustrations. If you don't know what body doubling is, it is a strategy to stay on task and get things done. More information and a link in the description. During this body doubling session, I'll be using a Pomodoro technique, not the Pomodoro technique. This one is different because we start with an hour and take a 10-minute break, then we go to 50 minutes with another 10-minute break, and so on until we hit 20 minutes, which will be our last stretch. Let's get started.
Hello, 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 and welcome to another day, another dollar. No, I'm joking. Kind of. Alright, I'm adding shadows and things and making my lines look way more interesting. On stuff. Oh, you know what? That. Oh my god. The computer's actually doing what it's supposed to do. Something terrible's gonna happen. I'm joking, kind of. I'm very much the kind of joking. I mean, people kind of joke, right? Ha ha ha. Nope, that seems like a really bad idea. Oh, hey. I do have that thing open. Oh my. Very good. Okay. Alright, seriously, man. I don't know. Freaking A. I don't know. I'm gonna say that I woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. Not in like a super, super negative fashion, just... I'm gonna be a little off-kilter today. More so than usual. And I have a very jealous cat sitting here staring at me. What? I have a very small lap, and you are more than welcome to come up here. Ah. Okay, seriously. Wait. Yeah. That's the thing that you're supposed to be doing. So why do you act like you're not doing that? Oh my god. Seriously? That's such bullshit. Ah. Wait, I don't know why I did that. Hello! I'm once again arguing with my OBS system. Or my OBS. Which makes me sad. Because what it means is I can't listen to things. Seriously. Apparently I have no capabilities of listening to anything while I'm working. Whether it be through the actual OBS or whether it be through something third party. I suppose I could have my phone running. No, it doesn't make sound, or my mic is picking up the sound on the thing, which causes my little character to start just ghost talking. It's the only indication that I have of any sounds coming out. Which is incredibly annoying because until I get my hyper focus in, I'm just gonna be out and about in the world. That sounded really weird, but that is the kind of day, that's the kind of situation right now that I'm having. It makes life so much fun. Right. And the thing is that it seems to have, like, just suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Oh, well, I'm sure I will figure it the F out. Eventually. You know. Eventually. Anyways. Very nice. Very nice. Cannot wait to see how this turns out. Somebody's been a busy bee this morning. Let's see. Your kiddo. Dude, the only reason why I appear to work fast is one, because of, I specifically choose to do, monocolor for this stuff, and two, because I've been doing a repeating process. Oh no, don't, wait, did it go and ding the sounds? Like, did it show up in my thing? I will say, while I don't mind it and it's not that big of a deal, oh my god, that answers so many questions. Actually, you know what? Here, I wonder if... Wow, they go for 15 minutes, 1 hour, 3 hours, or 8 hours or 24 hours. Okay, you're muted on the Discord. Yeah, I've got you muted for 8 hours on the Discord. Because I don't think 3 hours is going to cut it. We could go and try it next time for the 3 hours, but you are now muted, so feel free to go and DM me. It's so silly, man. But yes. Oh, man. Dude, I had the weirdest dream last night. Okay, it's not like the weirdest dream I've ever had. But it most assuredly is one of the weirdest dreams I've ever had. That's fine. That's whatever. I do not control your life. I thank you for the heads up. But I had like one of the weirdest dreams last night. Well, I say last night. It was this morning. So I don't know about other people, but I will have repeatable dreams. And it's not so much like, when I say repeatable dreams, I mean like the dream itself doesn't usually happen repeatedly. I've had that a few times, but it's very, very rare. And it's super interesting when that does, because it's such a rare thing for it to happen to me. But the dream in question, or when I say it's a repeatable dream, I mean like the world that it happens in. All my dreams happen in different worlds, different places. Some of them have more of a theme than others. I know it sounds really, really weird, but it's fun for me and it works. But in this dream, excuse me, in this dream, I'm in this cave system that's going on, and there is a person that I'm following around. I don't know anything about that for the most part, but they're very particular about their water, which is fair. Be as particular as you want about your water. And they only get water from this one source. And I don't know if I mentioned that we're in a cave system. Like the whole place is an underground cave system, right? The whole world. Anyways, so the thing about this is that or what happens is that there's something wrong with the water, like it's not coming up and things like that. So it is causing problems, right? right? It's causing problems, you know, people aren't able to get their water and all of that, and from the source. Well, we go and start investigating it, and I see a massive air bubble go down or come up from the top of the thing. I'm like, oh, there's a hole someplace and all the water's draining. Well, all the water drains, and then suddenly it all starts flooding back up. We're all like, shit. Mind you, again, we're in a cave system. Past that point, past getting to the point where all of us can actually breathe, like we all swim up to the surface, I was rudely awoken by my phone. Apparently I had turned on my my snooze alarm instead of turning off my actual alarm in my sleep. And yeah, I ended up waking up to my snooze alarm because it was outside of my normal things. So yeah. Actually, that wasn't the part that freaked me out. That wasn't the part that freaked me out. It was the fact that all of a sudden the water comes flooding in. It wasn't so much being trapped underwater, because I was like, there is... So, I am a partial conscious dreamer. I'm a semi-conscious dreamer, meaning I... so long as I don't feel threatened, I let the dream progress as it goes, and I will be like, okay, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There is an air pocket above us in the ceiling, and there's like enough space for all of us to breathe, and no one's gonna die. Like, I have some control. If I go and practice a little bit, I can actually control my dreams. I did practice that a little bit. Oh yeah. No, I am like... So, crazy thing about me is that I have always... Well, after... Or when I was a little kid, I used to have the most terrifying dreams. And I think it was a response to that I became more and more aware of my dreams, because my dreams used to be absolutely terrifying. Like, they were absolutely terrifying. So living where I live, where I grew up, rather, living where I grew up, there are no earthquakes. Like, point blank, there are no earthquakes, okay? So I have never knowingly experienced an earthquake. I have heard that there have been tremors felt where I live, but I have never consciously known there to be earthquakes at all. So everyone's like, oh yeah, did you feel that? No, I didn't. But when I was a little kid, and I still remember these dreams. So, I remember dreaming, and this is like in preschool and things like that. This is really early on in my life. I remember being in my parents'. I remember us driving to the house and being in my parents' car, and earthquakes happening, and it's the end of the world. And Mom goes into the house just as all the buildings are starting to fall over from earthquakes. And I remember being so terrified about that. Like, it was so bad that my parents actually woke me up from my dreams. Yeah. So it was, I think it was a response to that, because I was like, okay, I'm kind of done dealing with that kind of situation. So yeah, yeah. It's a learned response. But since then, I have definitely developed the whole, okay, this is a dream thing, and none of this is real. That's not to say I have not had, like, full-on adrenaline rushes in my dreams. I definitely have. I've had full-on adrenaline rushes in my dreams. Like, I used to dream about this murder house. And yes, it was definitely a murder house. So going and watching Saw was not something that I need to actually see, because my dreams were enough for that. Like, I didn't have to go and see Saw or any of that kind of stuff to be like, oh yeah, this is so cool. No, I just have to dream. It's probably one reason why I'm not a big fan of horror movies, is because it's like, look, I've already slept through this. I don't need to continue watching this kind of crap. So and apparently the fact that I can remember so much of my dreams is really impressive. I don't know if that's true or not. But this murder house, because that's exactly what it was a murder house. It was, oh my gosh, yeah. That's fair. I wouldn't be surprised if that was also a result at the time. So where I would usually start in this murder house is I would be in this cave, or in this room. It was a ginormous room, but it was also a maze. And the maze was all wonky, like the walls and proportions weren't right. And I could see myself like I was in a third person point of view. Like, I could see how the walls were all wonky, but I also recognized the fact that I was inside of this maze as well. And the excuse me. And that ended up, and I tried to get through the maze. I never actually made it through the maze, but I started dreaming about this other part of the house, the man-eating garden. That one was a bit different. I don't know what I have no idea what prompted the change to it, but I and friends, I don't know who they were, but I always, like, in my brain, whenever I was asleep, I always designated them as friends. I and friends were being chased by law enforcement, like British redcoats law enforcement, not like law enforcement soldiers, you know, military soldiers. So I don't know why that was in my dream. I don't know if that was like a genetic memory or something as to that, because we can trace our family history to the Daughters of the Revolution. So like, legitimately can trace my history through the military records. Apparently my whole family really likes to fight. Anyways, on both sides of that. Anyways, it's gotta be because of all the Irish in us. Jokes, folks. It's all jokes, kind of. Anyways, so, but in this greenhouse, and that's what it was. It was a dual-story greenhouse, and we were running away from the redcoats, and the plants in this house would try to eat you. Like, legit, in this greenhouse, they would try to eat you. Like, they were all man-eating plants. And some of them could actually move. Like, if you stayed in an area too long, you would die. I used that several times to go and kill off the redcoats. I wonder if intense dreams like that, and I would always wake up with, like, an adrenaline rush, you know? I wonder if dreams like that were actually to help with ensuring survival instincts, because you said that you had something similar to that. So, yeah. Could very, very much be a thing. Because let's face it, anything that kicks your adrenaline into gear just signifies that you really, really, really want to live. So, I would not be surprised if that's what those were about. I mean, there is that, too. There is that, too. But I don't know what any of that symbolism would mean. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess I was depressed at the time. I don't know. I never went to the doctor because of it, because they were just, as far as I felt, they were just dreams. They were not anything more than that, more or less than that. Exactly. It really does. I do understand that it's your subconscious trying to inform you about things and just working through stuff. That much I do know. Like, dreams are so freaking wild. Dreams are like one of the wild. Yeah, definitely. Well, here's the thing, is that most of those sites, you know, there are some, like, universal things that are very, very apparent, but there are also... brains are funny. They are very, very funny. But yeah, no. But I've always had weird dreams. Very rarely do I have actual real people in my dreams. I can count on one hand the number of real people I've had in my dreams. Well, when I say real people, I mean like, you know. Probably I don't know if you could consider it a nightmare or what. But I had this dream. It's been a couple of years since I've had it, which makes me a little sad. Oh my god. That's intense. That's intense. So I had this dream series, and yeah, I'm calling it a series because a lot of different things happen in that same thing and same event. But they always kind of ended in the same type of way. So, I had this dream series where I was going to a ex-classmate's wedding slash fashion show-esque type thing. It was a wedding, but there was like a runway to it as well. And it was in this and it was being held in this building that is like a Rococo. I think that's right, a Rococo building. It was absolutely gaudy and hideous, but it was massive with high vaulted ceilings, and it was absolutely beautiful. Marbled floors, it had an upper balcony. We were all on the floor. It had a whole like balcony area up top, and it was just absolutely insane. And it had marble fish ponds inside of it, like water fountain fish pond things. And they were relatively small and everything, and there were giant koi fish in them. But they were also built in such a way that you could sit around the ponds. They had like little spots and everything. And the ponds would be above your head, like you see the planters at malls and things. It was something set up like that. Anyways, but once you got out of the particular like area where the wedding was being held at, wedding fashion show was being held at, there were these massive hallways that would go down into dark areas, and they weren't lit. Like the rest of the building was absolutely like floor to ceiling windows, absolutely gorgeous. And but there was something. So I was working the wedding. I know, right? I was working the wedding, kind of. But I was taking someone to the bathroom, and the bathroom was like 2 flights down into this like dark, mysterious place. And there was something in the dark. I don't remember if it was zombies or ghouls or what, or if those were just like the minions and they came back up, or minions, and then the actual thing in the dark like that controlled them never came out. But I remember taking someone to a bathroom and then them disappearing, and I was like, nope, I'm good. I'm not going to go down any further. I'm not going to investigate. Went back to the party and was like, okay, I'm just going to go and sit here and finish up this dream and let it roll and not go into the dark, because that's how you die. And apparently the dream was not having that, because shortly after, the ponds / water fountains would spray up, kind of. This is after I had watched Tomb Raider, so if you have seen the Tomb Raider movie, the point where the triangles, excuse me, the point where the triangles come out and it's all like liquid floating in the air type thing, that was happening. And the koi fish would jump out of that water and freaking eat people. And everyone started panicking. And I'm like, I'm good. I ran, tried to make sure that I helped people. I dragged the bride, who was my ex-classmate. I dragged the bride down and put them under the table stand thing, and so then we would be protected. And that's where my dream ended. So it was wild. It was wild. So each one of those things happened separately, but at the end it all came together, and I was just like, okay, this is more than enough. But it was all the same place. It was all the same place. It was really interesting, but it's interesting to visit, but I don't want to live there, you know? Oh man. Dude, I don't know if I would be able to survive that. Like, you know, okay, so I don't like being on islands. I don't like being on islands. They're too small. I did enjoy my time at Bonaire. I enjoyed my time on Kauai. But islands are too damn small. And I would not be able to handle that. Luckily, I have never had a nightmare, knock on wood. I've never had a nightmare on an island, or about an island or anything. Probably because somewhere in my brain, it would be like, this would actually cause irreparable damage. We're not doing this. I feel like, I do feel like that would be something my brain would do. You know what? I don't like that. So, kudos to you. And it could just be like the experiences. Seems like island life is pretty normal for you. So, you know. Also, I do like the whole idea of a paper, construction paper with trash can situation here. Oh no, I did it wrong. Apparently I'm very, very sleepy. Okie dokie, we're gonna go and move on to... Oh wait, I still need to go and give her things. Oh my gosh, really? That's fair. That's fair. I mean, island life is very expensive. It doesn't matter if you were born on the island or not. I do feel really bad for people who live on, who live and grow up on islands. Not so much like bigger islands like England, but smaller islands. Aw, that's kind of cool. How old were you? Because that seems like a thing that a very small child would come up with. I'm not discounting, but if I was being chased by monsters like that, I probably would just stay in my dreams. I should draw. I should do a drawing based on me. Right? Yeah. 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 That sounds about right for that. But yeah. Yeah, about that time was when I was having the murder house dreams. God, looking back, like, psychologically, I was a freaking mess. I was a mess psychologically as a child. Gotta love it. Oh well. It's all good now, right? Right? It's all good? But, yeah, no. Man, like... But no, I definitely feel bad for people who live on islands. Not because they don't live in paradise, but you can't... But when you live in paradise, you don't see... Like, you can kind of see how it is, but, you don't really get the chance to see outside of that. Like, Bon Air. It was super cool. And this is secondhand account. Because there was no storms. There was no storms while I was there. There was no, like, rough turf or anything. Surf. Rough surf or anything going on at the time that I was there. But apparently, the people who had lived there their entire life have never seen rough weather. Like, they don't see rough weather there, like, at all. So whenever something's even a little bit off, they all are like, oh my god. I'm like, bro, seriously? It's very, very interesting, is all I can say on that. Yeah. Anyways, doot. And I do know that some islanders, they recognize that, and I'm not just like, I'm not bashing on islanders by any means. Oh, speaking of, I was thinking about that this morning. So, speaking of, do you want to know what the worst part about being in the Midwest is? It's not like, it honestly isn't the snowstorms, it's not the ice storms, it's not like anything that is ridiculous, and it sounds so stupid, but it is literally, for me, it is the absolute worst part about living in the Midwest. It's not even like the Bible thumpers or you know, the odd looks you get or anything like that, or the extremely judgy people. Yes, I'm working on my judginess. It's really hard not to do that whenever you grew up in such a place. Anyways, No, the worst part of being in the Midwest is that it looks, you go and look outside and it's bright, sunshiny, birds are singing, and the plants are blooming, and it looks absolutely gorgeous, and you just want to run out there with t-shirt and shorts, and it's freaking 30 degrees outside. That is the worst part of being in the Midwest. It is single-handedly the worst part of being in the Midwest. I mean, you know, if you have earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes, that kind of makes sense. Those things kind of all go together. But yeah, typhoons would definitely suck. Dude, wait. I'm thinking here. But yeah, no, that for me personally as a Midwesterner, that is the biggest FU that anyone can do. That anyone can do. Like, it is bright and it is exactly how I'm describing right now, but I have no idea if it is nice and toasty or if it is freaking cold. Actually, I can go and check it out. It's probably nice and toasty because it's supposed to be nice and toasty today. But I have no idea. It's a Russian... fucking A. Oh my god, it is exactly what I'm describing right now. Okay, it is 43 degrees outside, and it is as bright and as beautiful. It is bright and as beautiful. I mean, I'm not out in the middle of nowhere. I'm in town. I am very much in town. Not all of the Midwest is in the middle of nowhere. I will say the town... Yeah, I live in an urban area. Fuck no. Again, New York City is a great place to visit. I don't want to live there. Dude, I don't want to ever live in New York City. I'm sorry. It would literally take a court mandate for me to live in NYC. And like house arrest. Like those are the things. Like I would not, there's no way. There's no way. Well, okay, so I'm sorry if anyone's from New York City who's watching this. Okay, I have visited New York City. I mean, it took me almost 10 years of living with my roommate before I started actually being okay with 60 degrees being in the house. I absolutely hate the cold. I absolutely hate the cold. 60, 65 is the absolute bare minimum of me being semi-comfortable. And I still have a house coat and blankets on. But I'm not wrapped up in like 15 layers. But no, New York City is it's an interesting place. It's got lots of really cool things to go and check out. It's absolutely a cool place to be at, to visit. Because, and this I think is from the perspective, this is purely from the perspective of somebody who does not, no, I'm not living in Florida. That's where the Karens go. Sorry. 72. See, I wouldn't even live on AC. I would just be like, nice and toasty. Like heat and humidity, you know, it's the humidity that would bother me more so. Like the only reason why I would have the AC on is for the humidity. But for the rest of it, just throw on a fan and close up the windows during the day. It's fine. But the thing is that I will swear on anything that you want. I went to New York City for spring break. I was there for like a week. And for like a month afterwards, I swear I could still feel the air, the smog of New York City in my lungs. It was... I mean, I actually exist very happily with the 80s, and depends on the humidity. It really does depend on the humidity. But I live very happily with 80 degrees. I think I turned on the AC last summer once it started getting into the hundreds. And I was like, okay, here we go. We're all good. So, but yeah. But New York, I could feel it coating my lungs. And oh, dude. When I was there was literal trash bags everywhere. I don't know if the sanitation workers were on strikes, but also like the people that were homeless. It was crazy. I remember seeing a girl who was about my age on the street, and she was sleeping in a pile of garbage, and or in a pile of trash bags, and I think it was all of her stuff. I think she had gotten kicked out of her house or wherever she was at. And I was, I've got an acquaintance that lives up in New York, or lived up in New York. I don't know if they've retired or not. But they lived in New York, and we were driving around, they were driving me around, and they were just they were like, oh yeah, it looks like they all cleaned up. Or they were like, oh yeah, it looks like whatever crew came through. And I just like stared at her, and I'm like, oh my god, what? Like, holy Snickers. Like, holy Snickers. Now, back then, I was way more like very much more Christian at that time. Don't get me wrong, Christianity is very much a force for good when people are not hypocrites. And unfortunately, being in the Midwest, you see a lot of that. But it was shocking just how dismissive they were of other people. Now, that's not to say I sat there and helped out every person that was there. There were scams everywhere. I had to warn, like I said, I was up there for spring break. I had to warn a couple of my classmates that I went up there with. I was like, hey, if they're trying to help you out, they want money. Like, that's essentially how that works. Which is a really, really sad thing, because that's one of the things that the Midwest does really, really well, is that you can help someone else out and not expect financial gain from it. Just people being friendly. But a lot of the people, like, if you're in serious distress, yeah, they don't expect anything. But if they're just like randomly helping you out when you're not in distress, they're like, whatever. Like 100%, they are very, very kind people up there. Don't get me wrong. Like 100% super kind people. But I just could not believe some of that stuff. There was, I took the wind out of one of the scammers. So one of the more popular scams that they have, especially in Times Square, is that there will be a group of people who are trying to sell their music or trying to go and promote their music. And they will just go and hand you a CD and expect you to go and pay. And they handed both me and my friend a CD, And we started walking away. Like, I was literally like on my way to someplace. I was like, oh, cool, something to listen to on the way back. And the guy started following me, and he's like, hey, don't you pay? He's like, where are you from? I was like, Midwest. He's like, what? You don't pay for CDs? Not when it's handed to me. Like, that stopped him cold. I handed it back to him and just walked away. It's like, no, the Midwesterners, if you hand somebody a CD, like, that is a gimmick. That is like a full-on gimmick that people do here. They will just hand you a CD or a disc or something, and they will just, like, we'd be perfect. We'd be perfect for scammers in that regards, and I'm sure people got scammed and things like that. Now it's because of a cybersecurity, it's a lot less likely to happen. But dude, the look on his face was worth every second of that. Like, that, like, you could see him. It was great. You could see him, like, rethink his life. Like, you could just see his absolute, like, shock and awe at that moment. It's like, dude. Seriously. Oh, right. Ah. Oh. It's like, bro. Exactly. That's what it is. It's a free sample. It's a free sample. When somebody hands you something and it literally does not say on the disc or on whatever it is that you need to pay for it, we're just gonna take it. That's the thing. Like, he had trouble. If I had walked just marginally faster, I don't think he would have caught up with me. But I wasn't interested in all of that. Man, New York's like an entirely different world. It really, really is. At the time that I went, there was a quote unquote protest. It wasn't an actual protest. It was a publicity stunt for the, at the time Damien came out, you know, from The Omen and everything. And there was a, protest for the show. Like, they were doing a publicity stunt protest for the show. It was great. Somewhere I've got the badge for it. It's like this little metal pin that's like, that has 666 on it. It was great. It was one of the best pieces of publicity stunts I've ever seen. And that was super low key. Like, it was super low key. It was great. Did you know that in New York, and this is so wild to me, in New York, they literally have publications that go and follow, celebrities around while they're in New York. There was literally, like, the one I saw was talking about Harrison Ford getting a cab for his daughter. Like, dude, why? The poor man's just trying to make sure that his daughter gets safely to someplace. What the hell, man? Like, what the hell? It was at that point that I was like, okay, I will never become like this. I do not need to know this much about people. Like, I could not believe the fact that people go and do that. Of course, I can't say anything because I did go and read it. But, oh, man. No, I will, probably the most uncomfortable, like, I had two experiences up there that, on that trip, that were the most uncomfortable. One was in the subway, and it was this man, clearly he was homeless. I think he was a vet. I don't know if he actually was or not, but he presented that kind of persona. He didn't have any legs. But I had seen him around. So I knew that he wasn't, like, wheelchairs were everywhere in New York. I'm definitely not saying that. But what he would do is that he would get onto the subway without his wheelchair, and he would crawl on the, like, he would hop himself along the floor, shaking this giant can of change, trying to get people to go and give him more. And it was super awkward and uncomfortable, and we were all trapped in the same thing. And he did this from car to car to car, and it's like, bro, seriously? Like, I don't I don't think that he was necessarily as bad off as he presented, which I know sounds really, really bad. But it definitely felt more like a scam. And I'm so sorry that I have to go and say that. Or that I feel to say that. And, you know, if it's not a scam, dude, you definitely need some help. And New York is the best place to find the help. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I will tell you why after the break. Hello. I did not go and set that up right prior to doing things for break. Oops, sorry about that, guys. That is on me. Wait, where the frick is the thing? Oh no. Okay, there we go. Okay. So okay, I know that I was talking about the prior to leaving break, I was I know I was talking about the gentleman in the subway. That really bothered me. I really definitely feel like it was more of a gag than it was, or more of a stunt than it was him actually needing help. But I will definitely say, as I've gotten older, I've gotten way more cynical, and it sucks. It really does suck, because, you know, you want to help, like, people in general, they want to help other people, but you also see people taking advantage of that. An example of that I saw was, there was this guy who used to panhandle at this particular crossroad that's not far from where I live at, and he would panhandle there every day, you know. But they did an in-depth in-depth investigation on this guy. Turns out that he actually had, not too far from where he was at, he had like a really nice car that he was driving around in. But if you looked at this guy, you would not think that he had a car, especially a nice one. This one is more expensive than my little Camry. Okay, that is how nice this car was. And it's really disappointing. Now, I had given him money before and on all that, but there was a different feel to the guy that was in the subway. This one was more of a it was a very, very negative interaction. It, like, he felt way more threatening. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it felt more like a threat than, you know, trying to be nice or kind to somebody. It was more like, hey, if you look at me but don't give me money, I will absolutely, like, wreck your shit and make your life terrible, type of interaction. And I'm sorry, I do not deal with that kind of feels at all. Like, that's not, I don't encourage that. I don't. I'm all for helping your fellow human out. I really am. But I won't do it under duress, because that's not helping somebody out. That's a pretend. And that's just not something that I deal with. I won't do it. I know it sounds ridiculous, but like, New York is very, very wild. Like, it's very, very wild. But I will definitely say that since the New York trip, I have definitely been a lot less into handouts. And I couldn't understand for a long time why Because growing up Christian, it was very much, hey, you go and help the poor and the homeless and all that. You go and help them. But, you know, yeah. There was one particular family that came through. I don't know if they still do because I don't drive on that side of town anymore. But there was this one particular family that would come through every summer. Like we were on their stop. And what they would do is that they would have their van out by Walmart, because Walmart's everywhere. And they would be like, oh yeah, our car is broken down. And I was just like, oh my goodness. Like, why don't we help them? And my mom was always like, no, that's a scam. Didn't take until like third or fourth time going through that I realized that it was indeed a scam. They were just scamming people, and it was just like, are you kidding me? Like, there are actual people here who need help, and you guys are just like, ugh. People are scummy. This is why I have a hard time dealing with people. So, but the only other event was now nothing happened because I pretty much had my back up against a wall and I kept my head on a swivel. But I was waiting for the subway, or I was waiting for the subway to come, and my very, very good acquaintance, being the person that they are, they had a kid that they needed to take care of, and so they dropped me off at the subway and was like, hey, by the way, keep your head on a swivel. There's been somebody or a new gang initiation is pushing people into the tracks. I'm just like, bro, you're telling me this as you're leaving me this in this area? Right, yeah, exactly. We haven't had anyone try that one yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if that did happen before too long. We've had a lot more, I don't want to use the term vagrants, because that just is not cool. But we've had a lot more migration of the homeless population coming through recently. And it's definitely upticked upticked. And it used to be that, so you know that old trope of the crazy homeless person? Those, for the longest time, like the ones that were in the area, those for the longest time were the ones that we had. They were the crazy homeless person, but they weren't particularly dangerous. You know, it was mostly just be friendly and they'll be friendly too. Don't talk to them too much because, you know, you don't want to accidentally get them going and having a psych break. But recently we've been getting a lot more dangerous ones coming through. I know that sounds so derogatory and dismissive. And it's not that they have done anything, and it's not that, it's the fact that they present a aura of don't come around, don't talk to me, but if I have a break or something, you are going to be the first person I come after. Like, it's one of those situations, and it's just like, guys, this is not cool. Like, oh, right. So I know what I was gonna talk about. But I will swing back to that in a second. So but yeah, no, we have had an upturn of that kind of homelessness, where it's more of that threatening that same vibe that I would get from certain people in New York. Like, if you don't comply, like a threatening, if you don't comply with what I want, I will absolutely like wreck everything type of feels. And I'm sorry, that's just not cool. I understand that some of it is for protection. And some of it is their illness. But if it's calculated like that, I listened to a story last night, a Reddit story last night. I know I shouldn't read. I should stop listening to Reddit stories. But and this one falls into, it's so incredible, it must be true type of thing, type of story. But the person who caused the situation had a psych break, but the thing or had psychological problems, but documented psychological problems. But the thing is that when it's calculated, it's no longer just them having psychological problems. No. That is malicious intent. And that's where, that's like the incident on the subway, that's definitely more in line with that. And that's definitely more of what we've been getting. And the malicious or weaponized homelessness. Let's go with that. Weaponized homelessness. Like they're preying on the whole, on the whole like mythology around being homeless and everything. And that's just that. I think that's what ticks me off most about the situation, is that there's a lot of these people who are using the perception of homelessness in weaponizing it. And it does not help that the very like public services that are supposed to be used for public spaces and public places that are supposed to be used for the people that are removing that kind of situation. And it's so ridiculous. And yeah. I mean, the fix honestly is very, very easy. I forget which country it is. I want to say it's one of the Nordic countries, but there is a country that has actually invested in ending homelessness. And you know what? It worked. And guess what? It was so much cheaper than doing anti-homeless architecture and all this kind of bullshit that actually hurts everyone. It's so stupid. But okay, so I remembered what I was going to talk about while I was talking about that. So here's the thing: being homeless in a city is much easier. It's a lot more dangerous, or it's dangerous, like 100% dangerous. But it is a lot easier to be homeless in a city than it is to be homeless out in the middle of nowhere. Like, you can't just run away. If you live out in the country, you can't just run away. You can, but you have to have a plan, like a solid plan. And like it has to be a very, very solid plan in order to run away. Because if you half-ass it and you're literally out in the country, you have to be very, very particular about when you run away. And because you have to wait until you are able to get into town or get into a city. So that is definitely a thing, because if you try to run away out in the country, it will not work. It's one reason why all these cults, they are out in the middle of nowhere, because it's far easier to catch someone when they're escaping that way than it is when it's inside of a city, because there are a lot more law enforcement. There is a lot more good Samaritans. It's just, you have a lot more access to resources than you do if you're out in the middle of the country. It's something that I've thought about for a long time. It's actually very similar to what I was talking about earlier with the islanders, because one of the things that was, I have a friend who lives on an island, and one of the things that they brought up is that a lot of the people that live on the islands, there's a pretty high rate of mortality because they feel trapped. That's fair, because they are literally on an island. They cannot leave the island. It's like financially inescapable. And I think that there's a similar mentality to people who live out in the middle of nowhere. You know, you can't necessarily escape without an immense amount of preparation, and it's really, really hard to do. It's easier now, but it's still really, really hard to do when you have incredibly controlling family, and or in a situation where literally no one will call for help or anything. I read a story. I've heard this story multiple times, and it very, very much rings true. Simply because I've seen some of the end results and repercussions of that. Like, someone I worked with, they claimed that they lived and grew up in a cult. Well, they didn't exactly. They quote unquote escaped, but I don't necessarily believe that they did. They definitely escaped from the cult, but I don't think that they escaped from the situation. And simply because, now the reason I say this is simply because of how the interactions were that I met some of their family, and the interactions I had with them was very, very much in a authoritarian type of situation. And yeah, I think it's harder for people to, once they've been, like, grew up in that situation, it's a lot harder to really escape a similar situation to that, because it's familiar. And so what ended up happening is that I was working on something, and their family member came up and said something, and I was like, well, it's on me. And they did not like that response. It was a true response, but it was very much a true response, but it was very much not something that they were expecting as a result of their statement. They wanted me to immediately comply with what they were saying, and they hinted at a threat, And unfortunately, hinting at threats does not work with me. I realize this in looking back, but like at the time, I had no idea what they were talking about. Like I had heard of it, but I was like, this is on me. There's nothing. If I fall, it's on. If I fall, it's on me. If I get hurt, it's on me. And they were not expecting that kind of a result, because I knew what I was doing was dangerous and I shouldn't have done it. But at the same time, is like, this isn't something that I ask others to do. This is a choice that I made of myself. So, you know, this isn't a thing. And I don't think they were expecting the complete dismissal of what they were saying. And they did not enjoy talking to me afterwards. In fact, they went almost to great lengths to not have me be around them, which was funny, because I had no idea what I had done to make things super, super uncomfortable for them. I had no idea. All I knew is that there was something weird about it, but like, yeah. So that was the thing, and it was, but that's to my point, is that it's a lot harder to maintain control, and it's a lot harder to escape that control when you are out in the middle of nowhere, where everyone has a particular perception and all that. I would probably, so if I ended up in a cult, I'd probably do okay for a little while, and to a certain point, and then I would start causing problems. Like, there would be very easy ways to handle me, but once it got to a certain point, I would be like, no, I'm not doing that. Then they would have problems. Like, this is a fact that I can absolutely 100% attest to. Like, not so much the whole cult thing, but, yeah. But, yeah, no, yeah. So the homeless situation in New York is, I feel like it's more of a personal choice, versus anything. So I did go and do a weird thing while I was on my trip. I did go and visit one of the libraries, not the big library. I did go and visit one of the libraries. I've wanted to go and see the Library of Congress. I did not get the chance to go and do that because the line for that was like 4 hours long, and there were lots of people there, and I was not dealing with that. But yeah, no, honestly, the homeless epidemic, as it is called, is more of a self-made situation, for many cases, and especially like government-wise, like we have proof that, like, there is definitive proof that actually treating the causes of homelessness reduces homelessness, but it's a lot more profitable for companies for companies to have people who are homeless than to actually address the situation. So I will get off my soapbox now. Oh, right. No, I didn't finish my story about the subway going home. Yeah, so I had my head on a swivel and was very much tired after that. I was very, very tired. And oh my god, it was an interesting experience. I'm not saying that I was the best traveling companion. I certainly was not during that trip. But it was an interesting trip. I learned a lot from it. Not just people, not just, you know, going and enjoying spring break, but also like people. But yeah, that was a major thing. Like, seriously, what killed me is that, so this was kind of like a class trip thing, like a bunch of us on class trip went and did spring break together. And one of the things is that the people who kind of organized it, they were dating each other, but they were cheating on their significant others. And they made us all accomplices, and I'm just like, bro, don't do that. Don't do that. Come on, man. That's not fair to us. That's not fair to us. We don't want to be in the middle of your BS. This is not high school. Please stop. Ah. But yeah, I was probably not well liked on that trip because I was like, guys, this is a thing. And what killed me is that, okay, so we went and did this thing where we were talking to a local company because this was an art field trip or art spring break. We were supposed to meet with a bunch of different studios and everything. And what killed me about it is that we didn't get to go and see very many of them. And after we went to one of them, we were supposed to go and hit up a museum that was in the area. Unfortunately, it was closed that day. And so we started walking the Greenway. It's this cool, like, little path thing that was converted from a sky railroad into a green walkway. And the leaders of the group, instead of properly explaining things to us, they just started walking faster and faster. So we were walking this whole greenway instead of just being like, hey, we can go and do whatever we want now. Everyone can go and do what they want now. No, they kept walking faster and faster, trying to get away from the group until they, like, finally came out and said, hey, we can go and do whatever we want now. Because they were trying to get alone time so then they could go and cheat on their significant others. And it's just like, really? You could have said this to us earlier? Like, I thought we were going places. I was so out of breath. And I wasn't a slouch at that time. I was like riding my bike to classes, and I was walking to and from classes. It was insane. I was just like, are you serious, guys? Are you freaking serious? It sucked so much. It sucked oh so much. But you know what? I learned. Kind of. Oh. Did you ever have any, did you have interesting stories like that for, college? I know I sound like a really terrible person. I'm not gonna lie. I really, really do. But no, I do want to give back to the community and things like that. That's one reason why I volunteer with Tremendicon. That is all volunteer. All my time for that is absolute volunteer, and I do it because I really, really want to believe in the community, and it's and the other thing about, okay, so here's the thing about Tremendicon is that the money that we make at the money that is made at Tremendicon, yes, some of it goes into paying for the convention, but a lot of it goes back to a charity that actually feeds homeless and people who can't go and do that. So it's a really good thing. I enjoy it. Tell the story. I mean, yeah. I mean, a lot of my stories have been retelling other people's stories. It's great. It's great. But, you know, that's one of the things. Being an artist, everything you experience influences you. Influences your art. Oh my god. Oh no, I'm very worried about this. Let's see. Okay. Oh no. Yeah, the projects are always interesting. Oh my. I mean, that's intense. Literally go and say that to somebody. Oh my god. Did you get pulled over by cops? I mean, yeah. Yeah. Well, clearly. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't say I've ever been in a position like that. All right. So, I got a story about that. When you're a little kid, you're very much taught if something happens, go and talk to cops, go and you know, they are to be trusted and all that, right? I mean, yeah, it is definitely a thing to experience. And this is a core memory. This story is a core memory because I remember being very, very little when this happened. But as a little kid, you're taught that officers are to be trusted. Oh my god! Really? Well, how the hell would they know that he had things in the trunk? Like, that's such BS. That's such BS. Oh my god. That's such BS. Your poor husband. I've seen pictures of him. He's like Whitey McWhiterson. And not like Ron Whitey. But just like regular white person. Like holy shit, that's so dumb. Dude, that's such BS. Many cops are super skeezy. He got a tan. Okay, that's fair, but I mean, like, person-wise. Oh, he's Puerto Rican? He looks like he's Whitey McWhiterson? Maybe I just haven't seen a good photo of him. Well, yeah, but the beard doesn't mean shit. Like, all the Whitey McWhiters that I've met are all like, all have beards. Like, to me, like, I'm looking at the photo of the dog with your hubby, and he looks so, he looks like just a regular, he looks just like a regular white dude to me. I'm sorry. But I guess you could say, unless somebody's like really, really dark, I just assume that everyone's the same. I mean, you know. Like, you have to be really, really dark for me to be like, oh, you're actually black. Like, dude, it does not, it does not matter to me. Like, honestly, so, okay, different story. If we're gonna go down that route, there's a different story. Maybe it's the Midwest tans. Well, there's a lot of Latinos here and Latinas here. So, you know, we've got a lot of like tanned people, so it matters very, very little. I had a friend from Puerto Rico. God damn, was she spicy. Anyways, she was a firecracker. Really sweet. We both bonded over Phantom of the Opera. Anyways, God, I miss her. Dude, he looks white to me. He looks like he might have some like Middle Eastern in him, but for the most part, he looks like a white dude. And I freaking love his shirt, by the way. He's wearing a Van Gogh Star Wars t-shirt, and I'm sorry, that is just peace. That is just like peak right there. Anyways, yeah, you can let him know that oh yeah, no, freaking Puerto Ricans are like, especially female Puerto Ricans, they definitely got a lot of that Latino in them, and they will fucking wreck your shit. Son of a bitch. Anyways. But yeah, no, so core memory, this is one of my earliest memories. So, as I've stated before, that my family, military, right? I remember being, because I was a small little thing, I was a tiny little thing. I don't think I was even in preschool at the time. But I was a tiny little thing, and my mother, she was in the reserves, and she had this, I don't know what he was in relation to her. I don't know if he was in charge of her or what. Oh. Nice. Nice. I'm sorry that he has to be at the office today. But I don't remember what he was, but he is by far the darkest man that I've ever seen. He was like coffee dark, like black coffee dark. Super, super dark man. And he was the scariest mofo that I've ever met in my life. But I was also a little child, and I was super bored, and I was drawing on the board, Dude, your dad. Your dad, man. Oh my god. Your mom is great. I just love it. I love the photo. I absolutely love the photo. But, he was the darkest man, like, by far, he is the darkest man I have ever met in my life. Like, coffee black. Yes, he did have the, fuck, your mom was dark. Ah. At least in that photo. Still, your dad, man. Oh my god. He was a skinny white dude. He is a skinny white dude. No, Hank Hill has, he's more like Dale or, God, what's the other dude? The one that probably ends up sounding like me. Like, yeah, he looks a lot like Dale than Hank, but oh my god. Damn it, Dale! But no, I was bored and I was drawing up on nice! Nice! Oh. Oh my god. So, but no, I think he was teasing me, but I was bored and, like, I was bored and I was trying to draw on the board that they had up there. And he's like, should you be doing that? Like, he was treating me like one of his recruits, and I freaked the F out and went running to my mom. Oh. Oh my gosh. My friend's father talked like, oh my god. Oh my god. Boomhauer. Oh my god. That boy, right. Oh my god. Freaking... I probably related to, King of the Hill more, because that was a lot more like a lot more like my life than, watching Simpsons. God, that was a good show. It was a very, very good show. Hank Hill, yeah. We had half the crew. You know what? I think my dad kept that kind of people away from us a lot. Cause, yeah, there was definitely a thing. Of course, my dad would also go and sit there and embarrass the ever-loving shit out of me. Yeah. My dad and I both loved cartoons, but my mom was very much against them. Oh, man. We didn't watch That 70s Show, but MASH was definitely the thing that Dad and I watched a lot of. When we could. But MASH came on, like, super late at night, and at that point, neither of us were a thing. Oh, my gosh. By that time, we were both kind of dead to the world. So, you know. Yeah, my dad enjoyed watching, military movies a lot. We'd watch them as a family. I don't know about a military history buff. I didn't learn a lot of history from my dad. My mom, on the other hand, I learned a lot of history. Thank you, National Park Service. Which is exactly what it's there for. Okay, so there's the National Park Service. So the National Park Service is two different things. I don't know how much you know about it, but it is two different things. So you have the National Park Service, which manages parklands like, you know, Yellowstone, Redwoods, I can't think of Yosemite, you know, all those type of things. Yeah, I've never watched Apocalypse Now. But there's also the other side of the National Park Service, which is the National Monuments, which is, you know, the, mall, the, yeah, so you probably went to the National Monuments then. You know, George Washington Carver, since that's the one that I talk about a lot. Gettysburg. Have you ever been to Gettysburg? Holy fuck. That place, Oh my god, that place is like stepping, like if you actually go out to the field, it's like stepping, it's like stepping into a, church. You can absolutely feel the dead there. It is creepy AF. I do not recommend going there anytime near Halloween. Definitely don't go there anytime near Halloween. Like, I don't want to be there near any of the things, so it's just like, So, yeah. I do not recommend going there near any of those times. It's like going near the, it's like going near the World Trade Centers or, the, oh, crap, what is it? Crap, I've been to the crash site, the one in Pennsylvania. It's like going near them. Those places are creepy AF. No, absolutely not. Absolutely freaking not. Go any other time, just don't go around Halloween. That's all I can say. Like, that is just... You know what? I don't... Oh, nice! Yeah, that's cool. That reminds me of... Oh, shit, what is it? Crap. I mean, it's definitely got the Castilian architecture in there, but that reminds me of, oh frick, it's the most famous fort in the States. Well, okay, of the American Revolution. What is that fort? Okay. Yeah, Fort McHenry. Wait, was it Fort McHenry that I went to? I think I've been to Fort McHenry. Oh, nice! Oh, that's cool. Freaking kid is holding up a wild pigeon. That's cool. I have never been to Puerto Rico. But yeah. That's some cool shit there. I would like to one day, but that is a long way off. A very, very long way off. Ooh, you know what? I should not be looking this now, but I am going to. Nice! Nice! That's cool. That's cool. Puerto Rico. Yeah, yeah. What the... Freaking A. Let's see. Puerto Rico dive spots. They've got to have some. Okay, I was gonna say, they've got to have some decent dive spots. Oh, that's nice. There's quite a few places there. That's cool. Ooh, I bet it is.
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's K-A-I-J-U, cleverkaiju.com.
Do 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 do. Trying to see if I can make you jump. Apparently it didn't work. Haha. Anyways. Hi, little bug. Damn. I failed miserably. Must do seppuku! Or seppuku. Seppuku? I think it's seppuku. I could have messed that up significantly! Maha! No. Cut. Okay. That's fine. I'll just go and be annoying here. Good luck. I'll do my best to be quiet. I probably won't. Yeah, I definitely won't. Ooh. Oh. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And that does help. I just need to make more of them. Oh yeah, speaking of views and things, there will be no video exploring the alternative versions of the Emperor's New Clothes. There are no alternative versions to that. I'm very sorry. Kind of. I'm only slightly sorry that there are no alternative versions. God, I want to play Fallout 4 right now. But no, I have to finish this. It's called work for a reason. Excuse me. Ah, no. Wait. Wait, make Waiterson, wait. What am I doing? Oh, that's what I'm doing. Nope. That's very unfortunate. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. I know I'm falling open. So I know that you guys already have the musics and things and sounds and stuff, but I can't hear any of it. So that is why I am so very, very, very much the talkative. Sorry if that bothers you. I know. I'm kind of sorry about that. Okie dokie, Smokey. Let's go ahead and... Oh no! I'm doing things wrong. There we go. Oh! Please for the... Okay, good God. I about had a heart attack. I never remember if I actually go and do my... I really need to go and sit here and redo my overlays for my streams. Ah. be like, all right, here's my checklist, bro. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. That reminds me. I am very distractible today. Then again, I was very distractible. Okay, not yet. It's still cold. I had a thought since I was talking about weather earlier. You know how people go and make weather blankets? Typically it's done via crocheting. Anyways, because crocheting is much easier. So one of the things that I realized is that I hope people are doing it. That they have like a little patch on that's attached to the crochet or to the blanket that says what colors what temperature range. Like in the Midwest, it would be bouncing all over the freaking place. You would have a not a gradual rainbow. No. It would be literal bright ass warm colors to one, and then you'd have a giant like I know Lizardi probably has me on mute, so that's why I'm not overly worried about this. You'd have bright ass colors with one, and then you would have like, or not bright ass colors. You'd have like bright warm colors right next to really, really cold colors. I'm not even joking. Freaking the Midwest is weird. I remember one day where it was like 80 degrees and then at night it dropped to 30. It's 50 degrees difference. Like 50 degrees difference. Welcome to the Midwest. Actually, at this point, I don't necessarily need the these, so let's go ahead and save from there. Oh. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, shit. Oh, thank the gods. I was about ready to have a freaking heart attack, man. That was on any other level, I would be absolutely wrecked. Oh. Oh, man. Okie dokie, Smokey. Frick. I need to do you too, as well as one. Okay, so I'm gonna say that you are all nice and dark right here, for the most part. Okay, I need to clean up those lines because those lines are bothering me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh god. Mm. Mm. Ah. 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 Hmm. Ah. Okay. No one looks weird. Can I redraw it? Why there? It's wondering, why is this not erasing? No. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Dun dun dun! Ah, okay. Okay. Hmm. What the heck? Ah, bugger. Okay. Good boy. Good boy. Okie dokie, Smokey. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yep. We are back. Woot! You're okay, baby. Ow. Apparently, Patience is not that big of a fan of the thing. Of me talking on the thing. Anyways, yes. Okay. I thought I would be done by this, with this by now, but clearly I am not. Okie dokie. Welcome back. Yay! Oh, right. You live in Florida. I was like, it's not 11 yet. Gotta love time zones. Right. No, that's fair. I do appreciate you coming back and everything. What, Di called him Whitey McWhiterson? I do appreciate you explaining that one to me. Hey, so long as he doesn't take offense to it, I'm all good. I honestly... So... Aside from someone being, like, super, super dark, honestly, I don't see skin color. All I see is varying shades of tan. That's all I see. It's like, oh, you've been out in the sun. Not even, like, I don't know if that's the neurodivergent side, or I don't know if that's the autism side, or if that's the ADHD side. But it's definitely one of those two sides, because up until I actually encountered people talking about up until people actually talking about like different races based off of skin tone, you want to know how I determined that people were other races? It was the it has nothing to do with skin tone. It has everything to do with hair. And nice you inherited your Irish genetics, huh? It has to do with eyes, and it has to do with hair. Nice. It depends on how long I'm out in the sun. If I'm out in the sun for a little bit, I will tan. If I'm out in the sun for a long amount of time, like when I was doing pet sitting full time, I tanned. When I went to Bon Air, I burned. So it really depends on how long I am out in the sun for. But no, I would determine people's races based off of their eye shapes, eye color, and hair texture. It wasn't even that it was black. It had to be a certain texture. Like, but aside from that, like skin tone, that means nothing to me. As far as I'm concerned, unless you are literally black, everyone is varying shades of tan. Oh my, yeah, you said that the other day you did that. I mean, to be fair, it's all global warming's fault. Let me rephrase that. It's humans' fault believing that they were the gods of the universe. But anyways. But no, that is how I determine who is of a different race. And even then, it wasn't even that big of a deal. Because it's like, oh, okay, cool. You're a different race. Big fucking deal. You can learn, you go and learn a different language. Sweet. And that was the other way, because anyone who was white, for the longest time, anyone who was white only spoke English because, you know, Midwest, and anyone who was not white spoke primarily Spanish because Midwest, most of the people around here speak Spanish. So yeah, no, that was the extent of me learning races. And I am being factual on this. I'm not sitting here like, oh yeah, hey. No, I wanted to learn different languages. Unfortunately, that is a really, really hard. So unless, and I know that you probably know this too, being neurodivergent. Honestly, unless you A, grow up in that culture, or B, languages really, really fascinate you. Like, I'm fairly certain that Tolkien was neurodivergent and his focus was languages. Anyways, the biggest problem that I face when I learn languages is that English is not very focused on tones. It is not a very tonal language. I would do terrible. Right? Yeah. I've heard of, I'm gonna totally butcher the name, but Tagalong? Tagalong? I've heard of that one. I don't think I've ever heard anyone speak it. Let me rephrase this. I have not knowingly heard anyone speak it. But like legit, I can't tell you the different, like, unless I interact with a very specific group of people for a really long time, I couldn't tell you where they came from. Like, you know, all I know is that you're different on a physical level, but beyond that, I don't, like, on like certain things. Tagalog. Okay. I'm probably still butchering it because that sounds really, really weird, but that's also the English side of me, so the American side of me. And I'm sorry if I am butchering it. Anyone who does know the language, I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. Nice. Nice. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Well, Tagalog. Yay, let's just go be butcher buddies.
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
Okie dokie, Smokey. This is the last stretch, and at the end of this, no matter what, I'm calling it good. Because I can't continue digging around with it. I know. But I will definitely say it looks nice. Anyways. Frick. I'm gonna have to... Oh. Oh. Anyways. Ah. Love my children. They go and make me have heart attacks. Oh, congratulations! I mean... Dude, I hate it when I get asked that. It's like, bro, I've never sat there. I don't sit there and think about it. Like okay, so the only birthday party that I sat there and was like, yeah, I want that for my birthday was literally for my 22 was go wine tasting. And I wanted a cake that said, screw the rules, I'm 21. And on it be Seto Kaiba. Because, yeah, I am that much of a nerd, thank you. Because I 100% am that much of a nerd. There's nothing wrong with being older. The older you get, the wiser you are, but... I mean, why not? Why absolutely not? Honestly, I'm... Unless I'm really, really wanting something, you know what? Okay, here is my default birthday plans. Go to a sushi restaurant. That's all I want to do. That's all I'd want to do. Ooh, there you go. There you go. I think that you know what? You know what? I'm gonna let my friends know and be like, look, I know this is out of the blue, out of nowhere, but if you guys ever want to know what I want to do for my birthday, just take me to a sushi restaurant and we're good. I do not need anything else. Like, a gift here and there is not a bad idea. I'm not gonna say no to a gift. I may not represent myself well, but I'm not gonna say no to a gift. Like... But the thing is about gifts is that unless it's from a very, very specific thing, like maybe I should go and create like a list of all the things I want and be like, there. Sushi is fucking delicious. I actually will use that as a reward system for myself. Like literally. So right now isn't exactly the best time for me to be doing this, but the small things, right? So, my reward for making sure that my pin click piece is all good and ready to go for the episode, which I think is, let me look, which is the 24th. It's Thursday next week. Anyways, for the pin click episode, my thing is to make sure that I actually go and do things correctly and have it all done, is I go and get myself a very particular type of sushi. And then that is my dinner, because I fucking love sushi. So, that is, I think 7 o'clock CST. Oh yeah, no, it's mostly done, except I'm like, I'm both happy and unhappy with it. God, I don't know if that makes any sense. Type, what do you love? Oh, what type do you love? It depends on the role. It literally depends on the role, because so I'm not necessarily a big fan of eel sauce, but there are roles that have eel sauce that I absolutely die for. I also like sashimi too. Proper sashimi that does not have the rice underneath it with a little bit of thing. I prefer salmon as fresh as it can be, and I've got a friend who, whenever they come into town, they go and take myself. I've never had smoked salmon sushi. See, no, I just like the rice. I just like the fish. I don't like it with the rice, especially when some of them, I don't know if all of them do it. Don't have that experience. Couldn't tell you. But some of them go and put a little bit of wasabi in between the rice and the fish. And while it is tasty, I want my fucking fish. I don't want the rice. I just want the freaking fish. God, I need to go reach out to that friend. It's been a bit, and I'm actually really starting to get worried for them. So, anyways, the yeah. I've had tuna. There's 2 different parts of the tuna that I've had. I don't remember which part is which, but I do like tuna. It's a little bit more. So salmon is like butter, and believe me, I'm sure you know, but but it does take a little while to develop the taste for it in order to understand it, in order to really, really enjoy it. Salmon is like butter, and it makes sense that is like the king of the fish. And tuna has, there's a reason why it's called a tuna steak, because it's thick and it's actually got texture to it. But it's still really, really good. I will say in the Midwest, it's really hard to find high quality sushi. Because by the time it gets here, it's been refrozen several times. I will say that I haven't been getting as much sushi as I used to. Of course, right now, part of it is financial reasons, but the other part of it is that the sushi quality has degraded, and I'm not thrilled about that. So I'm just like, bro, where the hell is my freaking sushi? Like the good sushi. And that's one reason why I go and get this role, is that I've done it with several months in between, and it has been consistent. So I definitely like going there for that. It's not the usual place that we go to, but so the role that I usually order is, one is called Sex and the City, It's a very spicy. It's a very, very spicy dish. And the other one is called the Oh My God roll. Now, why is it called the Oh My God roll? Is because it comes out on fire. And it is delicious. It is a very delicious thing. Now, I think one of them has... eel sauce on it. Which is absolutely fine. But yeah. Yeah. It is definitely a thing. Ah, God's all bless. Now I'm thinking about that sushi roll and I want to go and work on that stuff and I'm just like, I want that roll! But yes, that particular episode does come out on, or should come out. Oh God, I really hope it, I need to double check this before I go and start going telling you guys everything and then find out, oh my God, no, it's tomorrow. If it's tomorrow, I'm gonna freak the F out. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, there's that. Okay, it is the 24th. Oh my God, it is the 24th. Ah, that makes me happy. Yep. Yep. Ah. God's all blessed. That scared me. That scared me. Anyways. Okie dokie smoky. But yes. Yes. What kind of, so you like the smoked salmon? I've never tried smoked salmon. I've heard it's very, very good. But I've never have personally tried it. Yeah, the Sex and the City roll is very, very spicy. Like, it lights your mouth on fire. And it has crunchy bits to it. The, Oh My God roll, it also has... No. It does not have crunchy bits on it. But it's still freaking amazing. Oh yeah, no. This painting? Oh, the dragon's grandmother. So this painting is the dragon's grandmother, and literally, she's such a boss. Like, she's such a boss. She is helping these guys go and cheat out her grandson, which is hilarious. It's hilarious. But yeah. Fresh, yeah, no, fresh salmon. That's how you can usually tell if how fresh the fish is. Yeah, this story is definitely one of those, like, need to actively be involved with, or you actually have to read the book about, and it's like, oh. But she, but that's one way that you can tell how fresh the salmon is, or any of the fish, is how quickly it like melts in your mouth. But the fresher the fish is, the less grainy it is. Like, fish start getting grainy if it's not fresh. Ooh. Oh my god, that sounds amazeballs. Crap, I'm doing that super wrong right there. I have to be done with this. Alright, cat, come on. Stop being like... I'm freaking myself out here. And that's causing problems, so I may have to go and work on this again tomorrow. Because I'm starting to freak myself out trying to get this done, and that's having an adverse... Ah, shit! Having an adverse reaction to, this. But yes, this is the, dragon's grandmother, and it is hilarious. Because she's just, like, sitting there like, yeah, go hide underneath this stone, and listen to my grandson so then you can go and cheat him out of his thing. Like, she's all about that, and it's just like, boss. So, no. Definitely, one of those lost stories. I am going to eventually have to try smoked salmon. Like I said, I've heard good things about it. I just haven't had a chance to try it. I'm not happy with this. Yeah, I am probably gonna... Oh, shit. Thought I cleaned all this up. Mother trucker. I'm gonna have to do a lot more cleaning. Frick. Oh my god! There you go. There you go. Go do it. Go do it. Alright. Yep, I'm gonna... Damn, I definitely was like, yeah, I'm done with this. No, I'm not. Ah! Alright, I'm gonna have to do some more cleaning up. But that will be a tomorrow project! Woo! Alright, folks, I will see you tomorrow! Unless something happens, in which case, you won't. But that's okay! I will see you tomorrow, and... I hope that y'all stay safe out there. Woot! Have a good